He used to say it's Scotland's oil. Now they just want to stop oil. Nicola Sturgeon opposed the Cambo oil field, while Hamza Yousaf opposed Rosebank, even though this would result in higher energy prices and greater reliance on foreign imports. John Sweeney personally brought the Greens into government. These dangerous fanatics want to shut down all oil and gas production.
Mr Finlay, I'll just remind you of the need to treat other members with courtesy and respect.
Okay, I'll try again. These dangerous cranks want to shut down all oil and gas production.
Mr Finlay, we have many questions to get through today, and I would just ask the member to remember the need to adhere to our standing orders.
These dangerous ideologues want to shut down all oil and gas production. Now, the Grangemouth refinery is gone and all governments share some responsibility, but the greatest blame lies with a government that turned its back on Scotland's world-leading and innovative oil and gas industry. If John Sweeney doesn't support business, how can he act all surprised when businesses fail?
First Minister.
One of the things I'd say to Mr Finlay in response is that we have to recognise the climate emergency that we face and the necessity of adapting to that reality. Now, I know that the Conservatives are involved in a pivot on net zero, and they in fact want to deny the climate challenges that we face. But the underpinning point that I would make to Mr Finlay is at the heart of the approach the Scottish Government has taken on the consideration of any further developments in the North Sea oil and gas sector is that any decision must be the subject of a climate compatibility assessment. Now, that is what the courts have now said is required to take place. And the judgments that have been undertaken by the courts, which have led to the United Kingdom Government having to revisit some of their process for determining these applications, is because of the importance of that point of the climate compatibility assessment. So we cannot deny the realities of what we are facing as a society. What this government will do is support industry to transition to that reality, and the best thing that we can do, the best thing we can all do in this Parliament, is argue for the approval of the Acorn carbon capture and storage project, which the Conservatives refused to authorise when they were in office. The quicker we get Acorn approved, the better for Scotland's climate strategy.
Russell Finlay.
We are being honest with the public about the cost of net zero. They are not. That's the difference. And instead of learning lessons from the SNP's harmful approach towards oil and gas, the Labour government is copying it. Even senior Labour figures and the trade unions can see it. Tony Blair says the Labour's approach is, and I quote, doomed to fail. The GMB says that just switching off investments in the North Sea is absolute madness. John Sweeney expressed his solidarity with the Grangemouth workers. Well, Unite Union says, and I quote, John Sweeney and Anas Sarwar will face the wrath of voters for their broken promises to the workers and the people of Grangemouth. Labour's copycat approach will cost more Scottish jobs, it will increase bills, and it will do more to harm the environment by importing energy from overseas. Does John Sweeney agree that Labour should in fact do the very opposite to the SNP?
First Minister.
Mr Finlay's talked about honesty. In November of last year, Mr Finlay voted for climate change targets, carbon reduction targets in this Parliament. When his United Kingdom Government leader questioned the merits, not questioned, actually suggested that these targets be dumped, Mr Finlay called that refreshingly honest. I call it barefaced dishonesty in front of the people of this country. To vote for climate change targets, let's
hear the First Minister.
to vote for climate change targets 1 minute and press this government to act on those climate change targets, and then desert the field when the going gets tough on the instructions of the Conservative leader. Now, what we've done is that we've put in place financial support and assistance to make that available through the Scottish Government's budget, which Mr Finlay didn't support, to assist in the delivery of projects under the Project Willow umbrella, which will secure the future of the Grangemouth site. But I return to my fundamental point. The quickest and best thing that can happen is approval of the carbon capture and storage project at Grangemouth, and I hope Mr Finlay will make up for the failure of the Conservative Government and support my call for that today.
Absolutely. Thank you. I would just remind all members of the need to treat one another with courtesy and respect, and be very careful about the language we use to describe other members. Russell Finlay.
I tell you what, it's quite something being lectured from a career politician about barefaced dishonesty when he's built a career on it.
Mr Finlay, please have a seat. We have so many important questions that members wish to put in this session. Now, I'm not going to ask again. Can we please treat one another with courtesy and respect, and let's focus on the business of the day? Russell Finlay.
I assume that the phrase barefaced dishonesty was reasonable and allowable, given the First Minister just used it himself. But I will.
Mr Finlay, I have addressed that comment. I have reminded the First Minister and all members of the need to treat one another with courtesy and respect, and let's carry on our session in that manner.
People in the real world know that using Scotland's oil and gas is plain common sense. And they also know that we need a mix of energy sources for a stable supply and to cut costs for families and businesses. A new generation of nuclear power stations could be part of that. A new poll shows that most SNP voters even agree. Nuclear energy is green and clean. It produces a reliable and steady supply, and it would bring down people's bills. Yet John Sweeney is intent on inflicting self-harm in Scotland by blocking all new developments. This is nonsensical, impractical and irresponsible. But he's blinded by ideology. Nuclear makes sense for our economy, it makes sense for our environment. So why doesn't it work for John Sweeney?
For lots of reasons, not least of which the cost of nuclear power will not bring down the energy prices of householders in this country. Let me give Mr Finlay. Mr Finlay wants me to press ahead and develop new nuclear power stations. The Hinkley Point C project, a nuclear power station, was due to be completed in 2025, this year, at a cost of £34 billion. It is now expected, on current estimates, to cost £46 billion and be delayed until 2031. It's supposed to cost £34 billion, is going to cost £46 billion. How's that going to bring down fuel bills in this country? So what I would say to Mr Finlay is we have a very developed strategy to
Let's hear the First Minister.
A very developed and successful strategy of attracting investment to develop renewable energy capacity in Scotland. We have significantly achieved decarbonisation of our electricity networks by the development of renewable technology. The Deputy First Minister and I led an investment conference in Edinburgh a few weeks ago, along with the Net Zero Secretary, which brought hundreds of investors into Scotland to invest in renewable energy. That is the future for this country. Clean, green energy that will lower fuel bills, and they'll get that from an SNP government.
Question number 2, Anna Sarwar.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. This week, statistics revealed through Freedom of Information have shown that young Scots are being shockingly failed by this SNP government. All over Scotland, there are children and young people at crisis point in desperate need of mental health support, waiting not just months, but years for treatment. One young person in NHS Lothian was forced to wait 6 years. 6 years for mental health treatment. That is scandalous. Why on John Sweeney's watch are people's sons or daughters, nieces or nephews waiting 6 years to get the treatment they need?
First Minister.
So obviously I'm very happy to address the particular case that Mr Sarwar raises with me today, and to say in general that, and he knows this from my previous answers, that we are working to reduce waiting times for access to treatment for individuals across the health service in Scotland, and we are making progress in a number of areas in relation to that objective. He will also know that the Government has delivered increased investment in mental health support to expand capacity to meet the developing needs that there are amongst young people in Scotland. And I want to make sure that our investments are well targeted to address the issues that Mr Sarwar has put in place. That's why we increased the funding for mental health support, and that's why we're putting in place the assistance that we're putting in place around the country.
Anna Sarwar.
Presiding Officer, the situation is so bad that in today's Daily Record, Rod Stewart has offered to step in and pay for a young Scot to access the care he needs. And the SNP claim they're meeting their target for 90% of children and young people to start mental health treatment within 18 weeks. But we can reveal that they are fudging the numbers and things are much worse than they're letting on. Some health boards are now counting an initial assessment as treatment when in fact young people may still be waiting for months or years for their actual treatment to start. And now they're removing autism and ADHD diagnosis from CAMHS waiting lists. The SNP are fiddling the figures. Why does John Sweeney think it's acceptable to mislead the public when it comes to our young people and their mental health treatment?
First Minister.
Well, that's not what we're doing. And what we are doing is we are focusing on making sure that support is in place in communities the length and breadth of the country. Now, it's often the case that CAMHS is simply not the correct service for children seeking a diagnosis for a neurodevelopmental condition like autism or ADHD, unless they have a coexisting mental health condition. And that's the key point that I need to get across to reassure parents who will be anxious about the issues that Mr Sarwar raises. Now, as he knows, we have made progress in the CAMHS waiting list in the last year. The overall CAMHS waiting list decreased by 20.9% in the previous year, and that has continued in the latest quarter. So the Government will be focused on making sure that the support that is necessary for individual young people is available to them, and the right pathway is put in place to meet the needs of every young person in Scotland today. That's the commitment I give to Parliament today. That's what is the foundation of the Government's approach in this respect.
Anna Sarwar.
Let's talk about one of the parents. Michael Gregory is a father from Dumfries. His son Ian was one when a health worker told him that Ian could be autistic and recommended an NHS diagnosis. 3 years on, Ian is still non-verbal and is still waiting on a diagnosis. Michael was a member of the SNP and campaigned for them to be in government. He told me that they should now hang their heads in shame as they've let Scotland down. And when speaking of his son, he said, "Everyone's saying Ian needs this diagnosis. He's autistic. Everyone's sure of it, but at the same time he needs an official diagnosis to get the resources he needs." Rod Stewart heard this heartbreaking story and has stepped in to pay for Ian's diagnosis. Others won't be as lucky. Why on John Sweeney's watch do young Scots have to rely on the charity of a rock star to get the treatment they need?
First Minister.
It's not the case that a diagnosis is necessary for young people to get support. It's absolutely critical that I make that. It is absolutely critical that I make that point to Parliament today, because there are other pathways that are available other than diagnosis for ADHD or a neurodiversity condition, which enables young people to attract the support that will assist them in meeting the challenges that they face. So it is vital that I convey that message at First Minister's questions today, so that parents can be reassured that there is support available to meet the needs of individual young people. The Government is taking a range of interventions where we're expanding mental health support, we're supporting the development of community interventions, and we are working to make sure that young people get the support at the earliest possible opportunity. And there are a variety of pathways that enable that to be the case, and that will continue to be the focus of ministers to deliver the services that young people need in our country.
Question number 3, Lorna Slater.
As with their climate targets, the Scottish Government is not on track to meet its targets to cut car use. Instead of putting forward a practical solution for success, it sounds like their preferred solution is just to drop the target altogether. We urgently need to cut car use to tackle the climate emergency. We need cheaper trains, buses and ferries to drive up passenger numbers. We need better connections for rural communities. And we need public ownership of bus services so that they are run for the people who use them, not for private profit. Will the First Minister confirm that the Scottish Government is scrapping the car use reduction target?
First Minister.
As is well understood, there are significant challenges in us meeting the car use target, and that issue is being considered within Government at this time. What's important is that I set out the range of other measures that the Government is taking to invest in supporting the use of public transport, which is our way out of the challenges that we face on this issue. One of those investments is the support to the concessionary travel scheme, which is now much more extensively available since we expanded that, with the support of our colleagues in the Green Party, to under-22s. We have also invested significantly in active travel, with support sustained in the Government's budget, which attracted support in Parliament earlier on this year, to make sure that we address the necessity of changing the priorities of individuals. The Government has examined and explored a range of different options to support the development of this policy. We will continue to do that as we work as part of our climate agenda to reduce car use and to increase the reliance of members of the public on public transport.
Lorna Slater.
Scotland simply cannot afford any more broken promises on climate. If we don't act now, economists have found that Scotland could be up to £140 billion poorer by 2035. People have been paying the price for a lack of progress to insulate our homes and move away from expensive gas heating through their soaring energy bills. There is no route to net zero by 2045 that doesn't involve making our homes warmer and cheaper to heat by insulating them and replacing gas heating systems. Bold action is needed on climate to get Scotland back on track. What new action will next week's programme for government contain to reduce our sky-high energy bills and achieve the rapid cut needed in the use of fossil fuels?
First Minister.
Obviously, the details of the programme for government will be set out next Tuesday, but we've given a commitment already to the introduction of the Heat and Buildings legislation, which will be brought forward in this parliamentary session to support us in our efforts. We've also invested, or committed to investing in this current budget year, £300 million in the heat and building programmes, which will increase energy efficiency and provide financial support to do exactly what Lorna Slater has put to me. Now, that comes alongside over £1.63 billion of funding through our heat and building schemes in this parliamentary session so far. So I simply say to Lorna Slater, I understand her passion and determination to make progress on the climate agenda. I share that. It's at the heart of the government's priorities. But we have to also recognise the formidable financial commitments that have been made to decarbonise heating systems in the homes of our constituents, to make sure that we make a contribution through that mechanism to reducing the effect on the climate, and that will be at the heart of the government's agenda as we move forward.
Question number 4, Jackie Dunbar.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. To ask the First Minister what assessment the Scottish Government has made of any implications for its work to grow Scotland's economy of the EY Item Club Spring Forecast, which downgraded expectations for UK output over the next 2 years.
First Minister.
Presiding Officer, the EY Item Club forecast reflects the negative impacts that global trade disruption and uncertainty will have on the economy, highlighting the need to commit ourselves to Europe and its single market. We will continue to do all we can to support businesses and households through these challenges. Our programme for government will be focused on delivery, including targeted initiatives to boost Scotland's economic prospects now and for the long term, in particular sustainable and renewable energy resources, to draw in new investment and create rewarding and well-paid jobs.
Jackie Dunbar.
It's becoming increasingly clear to the Chancellor that we can't cut our way to growth. The Labour Government must urgently abandon its tax on jobs and the austerity fiscal rules that it is operating under. Does the First Minister agree that abandoning these measures is key to unlocking greater investment in our economy, and can he speak to the actions his government has taken to stimulate growth?
First Minister.
Presiding Officer, the United Kingdom Government has taken on fiscal targets which they inherited from the Conservatives, which I think are enormously damaging to a growth agenda. And they've compounded that error by adding to it the increase in employers' national insurance contributions, which is going to be a further depressant on growth within the economy. And I think the conflict and the contradiction between the agenda, the rhetoric about growth and the reality of decision-making is becoming ever more apparent. It's ever more apparent because of the global economic challenges that we face, and the programme for government will set out additional measures the Scottish Government will take to build resilience in the Scottish economy, to support our economy to be internationally focused and with an international outlook, and to make sure that we support and encourage innovation within the Scottish economy, which is the route to success for Scotland.
Murdo Fraser.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. One of the key issues holding back economic growth is the high cost of energy, which we've already discussed in the Chamber today. Last year, the Scottish Government were very enthusiastic about the idea of zonal pricing of electricity. Is that still their view?
First Minister.
There's got to be a careful assessment of the impact of zonal pricing on a variety of different factors. First of all, will it bring down energy prices for householders, which is the absolutely critical and urgent priority? Will it secure the necessary investment in the future of our energy systems? Will it enable us to contribute towards the economic growth and economic development agenda? I notice that Mr Fraser is asking me this particular question when he's associated with a party that has presided over sky-high energy prices in this country and has done absolutely nothing about the problem.
Question number 5, Edward Mountain.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. To ask the First Minister, in light of the reported high demand for neurodevelopmental assessment services, when the Scottish Government plans to publish the report on the work that it funded on the 5 tests of change across Scotland, which concluded in March 2024.
First Minister.
Presiding Officer, following development of the neurodevelopmental specification, which aims to ensure that children and families receive timely support that meets their needs, the Scottish Government has provided £1 million of funding across Highland, Fife, East Lothian, Aberdeen City and Forth Valley for projects to test and support implementation. A report on the 5 tests of change will be published this summer.
Edward Mountain.
Well, not imminently then. In the Highlands, we have a situation where the Health Board has a neurodevelopment assessment waiting list of 1,958 young children. That's 4 times greater than it was 3 years ago. NHS Highlands say some children will have to wait in excess of 5 years to even get an assessment, and it will take some 15 years to fully clear the existing waiting list. Does the First Minister consider it is acceptable that some children will go through their entire school career waiting for an assessment, or for parents to have to fund private care to ensure their children get the most from their schooling?
First Minister.
President, as Mr Mountain will know, NHS Highland was supported with funding for a time-limited test of change, which concluded, as I said earlier on. A new neurodevelopmental pathway is in development with local partners to address exactly the issues that Mr Mountain has put to me. I would encourage NHS Highland to progress this work using the £7.1 million of funding they receive as part of the overall funding given to NHS boards by the Scottish Government to support neurodevelopmental services. I stress the importance of us seeing a range of different interventions, some of which are assisted by the counselling services that the Government has funded in schools. We continue to provide £16 million a year to local authorities to ensure that there are counselling services in every secondary school in Scotland, and we are maintaining financial support through the mental health assistance that we have in place. So all of these factors are contributing to addressing the issues that Mr Mountain puts to me.
Pam Duncan-Glancy.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The First Minister sets out that all of these things are addressing the issue. There are currently 9,000 school-aged children awaiting a diagnosis in Glasgow. At the same time, the IJB in Glasgow cuts mean that planned ADHD pathways have been shelved and vital pilot programmes cancelled. The First Minister can say there are pathways, but these 9,000 children are stuck waiting, some of them for years. So can I ask the First Minister, what does he say to the 9,000 people on the waiting list in Glasgow? Exactly what pathways are there available for them, and when can they expect to get their diagnosis?
First Minister.
Well, I come back to one of the points that I made to Mr Sarwar in my earlier responses, that not all of these young people require a diagnosis to make progress in addressing the circumstances that they face. And therefore, we have got to have available a range of different community-based interventions which are supported by some of the financial assistance that I've set out to make sure the needs of those young people are met at the earliest possible opportunity. As a consequence of that, the Government is working to ensure that we have those mechanisms available in all localities to ensure that young people can access those services, and that's what the purpose of the funding that I've set out in my response to Mr Mountain is designed to achieve.
Question number 6, Mark Griffin.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. To ask the First Minister what the Scottish Government's response is to reports of local authorities suspending council housing allocations.
First Minister.
Presiding Officer, I am aware of Edinburgh City Council's recent announcement on this issue. The emergency measure taken by the Council will redirect all available Council-owned housing stock to people experiencing homelessness, with the exception of those with a disability with gold priority for housing or those awaiting discharge from hospital. It will be essential to monitor the impact of this temporary measure as the Council seeks to fulfil its legal responsibilities, as well as reducing the use of unsuitable temporary accommodation in the City. And of course, the Government will continue to deliver our investment of £760 million in £68 million in affordable housing this year, the majority of which will be for social rent.
Mark Griffin.
I thank the First Minister for that answer. The reality of the housing emergency in Scotland is that local authorities like Edinburgh have been left in an impossible position, routinely breaching their legal obligations and now having to take emergency measures, all having huge impacts on families who are in desperate need of an appropriate home. The Scottish Government have now been reviewing the affordable housing supply programme target for over a year, rather than focusing on building those houses. Can the First Minister say if his Government will commit to building those 110,000 homes in the final programme for Government as it did in the first? And does he recognise that a lack of supply across all tenures is driving the housing emergency? And look at the action being taken by a UK Labour Government, now proposed in Canada and Australia and other parts of the world, to really drive up housing supply.
First Minister.
Let me reassure Mr Griffin that the Government is not spending all of its time reviewing the affordable housing supply programme target. It's spending its time making sure that more houses are available for occupation by individuals who are in temporary accommodation or facing homelessness, which is why the actions of the Social Justice Secretary and the Housing Minister in making more resources available to local authorities to support action to tackle void accommodation is making some of the impact on the availability of accommodation in the City of Edinburgh as we speak. And that's because we pivoted in our policy to make sure that more accommodation could be available. We've also, over the course of the lifetime of this Government, built more houses per head of population than in any other part of the United Kingdom by a country mile. Exactly. And of course, we've invested £768 million in the affordable housing supply programme for this current financial year, which will be spent and it will support the increased supply of housing. And Mr Griffin and his colleagues never voted for it. So it's a bit of a brass neck coming here, complaining to me about housing and not being prepared to vote for the money to make something happen about it.
Ben McPherson.
Presiding Officer, it is deeply concerning that the City of Edinburgh Council has decided to suspend council housing allocations, especially when so many people in my constituency and others are already waiting to be housed. Labour have been in power in Edinburgh for around 35 of the 40 years of my life, and it is clearly a statement of fact that over decades Labour-run administrations have not invested enough in Edinburgh's social housing stock. Therefore, in contrast, I would be grateful if the First Minister could outline what additional steps the Scottish Government is taking and has taken and will take to play its part in tackling Edinburgh's acute housing emergency, and what additional actions are being considered with partners to help address this very serious situation.
First Minister.
I want to directly address Mr Macpherson's point, because he makes very substantial points about the record of the Labour Party. Since we declared the housing emergency last May, we've prioritised working most urgently with 5 local authorities, which includes Edinburgh City Council, to accelerate and accentuate the interventions in Edinburgh to address the very significant issues that Mr Macpherson puts to me. We've also, as I said in my response to Mr Griffin, reshaped investment to ensure that we could support local authorities in tackling void accommodation, and we've also increased the support for adaptations in properties to enable people to be supported in their housing. I also very much appreciated the opportunity to discuss these issues with Mr Macpherson when we visited the Granton site some weeks ago, where the Government put in £16 million of investment to enable the development of a site on the former Granton Gasworks, which will lead to the creation of, if my memory serves me right, over 800 affordable homes in the city of Edinburgh. That's the type of targeted action the Scottish Government is taking to address the housing emergency, and that will be the underpinning of our housing programme in the years to come.
Thank you. We move to constituency and general supplementaries, and I call Liam Kerr.
Very grateful, Presiding Officer. The P&J's Trapped by RAAC campaign reports that Aberdeen's RAAC crisis is leading to unremitting and inescapable negative health consequences for homeowners. Now, my solution of using the unspent £20 million housing fund promised to Aberdeen by this government in 2016 is widely reported today. So does the First Minister support my solution, and will he commit his government to doing everything it can to help the Tory homeowners?
First Minister.
I have every sympathy with the homeowners in Tory and the issues that they face. I understand that ministers are meeting with the local authority tomorrow to discuss, with residents and homeowners tomorrow, to discuss these issues, and I'm sure the suggestions that Mr Kerr has made will be part of that conversation.
Rona Mackay.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Scotland's media relies on PA Scotland's output, and I'm sure the First Minister will share my concern at the planned cuts to staff reported this week. These cuts could have considerable impact on news operations in Scotland, particularly in the year running up to an election. Will the First Minister join me in calling on PA Media's management to reconsider these cuts to protect impartial journalism and preserve this important role of media scrutiny in our democracy?
First Minister.
So let me join with Rona Mackay in indicating support for the importance of the role that PA Media and PA Scotland's output forms in the reporting of events and political discourse within Scotland. PA staff are an integral part to the authoritative and reliable reporting of events and political engagement. It's essential for our democracy, and it supports the availability of information to news organisations the length and breadth of the country. So I have written to PA Media urging them to reconsider these proposals, and I do hope the organisation is able to take a different approach which will ensure the independence and the long-term sustainability and resilience of news reporting in Scotland through PA Media.
Carol Mockin.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Alcohol harm continues to be a key concern in Scotland. In East and South Ayrshire, an area which I represent, a combined total of 50 lives were lost to alcohol in 2023. Today, a briefing signed by over 70 organisations has been published which calls for urgent action on alcohol harm. It states that the current Scottish Government action is not proportionate to the scale of the problem and makes a range of recommendations around early diagnosis for liver disease and funding for recovery, treatment and support services. Can I ask the First Minister whether he will be considering this important briefing's proposals as he prepares to publish the programme for Government next week?
First Minister.
These issues and representations will be taken very seriously by Government. We obviously engage through the alcohol and through our support report on this effort through the alcohol and drug partnerships around the country, with which Carol Mochan will be familiar in the communities that she represents. We obviously have taken a number of measures to tackle alcohol harm already within our society, and we will continue to consider what further measures we can take. I recognise that the measures that we have taken so far have not addressed all of the circumstances that we face, and we must be open to some of these suggestions that are made. There is, I think, space here for us as a Parliament to find areas of common ground to try to make progress in this agenda, because it requires long-term intervention and action, which is a combination of public awareness and also healthcare and support services to meet the needs of individuals.
Audrey Nicholl.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Scottish Renewables this week published their latest supply chain impact statement, which showcases a diverse range of businesses working across Scotland's renewable energy supply chain, including Apollo, GQS and Turnin Energy in Aberdeen. Will the First Minister join me in welcoming this report, which represents nearly 10,000 jobs? And can he also outline how the Scottish Government is supporting the renewable energy supply chain to capture economic benefits for Scotland?
First Minister.
I join Audrey Nicholl in welcoming the report. The Government, of course, has a long-standing commitment to support supply chain developments in renewables. Indeed, that was very much a focus of the investment conference I referred to earlier on. We're investing up to £500 million over 5 years to anchor our offshore wind supply chain in Scotland. We have also been successful in securing major investments such as Sumitomo at NIG, the investments at Ardesir by Haventus, and there are a number of other projects that are in active development to secure supply chain benefits to Scotland from the significant opportunity of renewable energy.
Sue Webber.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. At Net Zero Committee this week, Sarah Boyd from Lothian Buses made clear that there is a link between the increase in antisocial behaviour on the Lothian bus fleet and under-22 bus passes. Can the Minister provide an update on progress to find a mechanism to remove the under-22 concessionary path from those that cause persistent antisocial behaviour?
First Minister.
Work is underway to develop this, and if we were to take this step, there would be the likelihood of secondary legislation being required to enable a mechanism to be put in place to enable that to be the case. So these issues are being considered by the Government actively. I would also say, for completeness, that of course the under-22 bus travel initiative has been enormously successful. It's attracted a huge amount of participation, and it's increased the mobility of young people, and the overwhelming majority of young people exercise their participation in the under-22 scheme wisely and thoughtfully and effectively. And we have to be prepared to tackle unacceptable behaviour, but we also have to applaud young people for the positive contribution they make to our society.
Faisal Chowdhury.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I was contacted by a constituent with epilepsy who is not eligible for a driver's licence. For identification, they use the Citizens Card ID, which is part of the Proof of Age Standard scheme, but find themselves refused service from many places which have a blanket policy for this ID. Does the First Minister share my concern that my constituent is being unfairly treated due to their condition, and would he direct ministers to improve acceptance of the Citizens Card for those who don't have the licence?
First Minister.
I'll certainly look at that point. It's not a point with which I'm familiar, but I'll look at that on Mr Chowdhury's behalf if you'd like to supply me with some more details about the specifics to enable that to be the case. Obviously, there are various mechanisms that are available for individuals, not least of which the under-22 concessionary scheme. I'm not sure the age of the constituent Mr Chowdhury puts to me, but if he would like to write to me, I'll certainly consider those issues.
Kenneth Gibson.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Fraser Valdern Institute research has found that almost half of Scottish firms are hiring fewer staff because of the increase to employee national insurance contributions imposed by the UK Labour Government. This tax on jobs takes a wrecking ball to the Scottish Government's ambition of growing Scotland's economy. Can the First Minister advise what discussions ministers have had with their UK counterparts regarding the impact of Labour's unwanted tax hike? And has the Labour Government shown any sign of listening to the concerns of Scottish businesses, charities and the public sector?
First Minister.
This has been an issue that's been raised on a sustained basis by the Finance Secretary with the United Kingdom Government. I agree with Mr Gibson's analysis and commentary that the increase in employers' national insurance contributions is going to deflate employment opportunities within Scotland, and I very much regret that. It will be another impediment in the agenda of delivering economic growth in Scotland, and the focus of the Government, given the enormous external challenges that we face, is to make sure that we do all that we can to support economic growth, and it would assist us enormously if the UK Government changed their position on employers' national insurance contribution rises.
Douglas Ross.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. This week, Scottish Teachers for Permanence published their 2025 report about probationary teachers and their views. It makes grim reading. 80% of those surveyed are set to end their probationary year without a permanent job. Over 75% are set to tell us that they are not feeling supported during the time they should be supported most. And once they've qualified, these highly trained teachers are saying, in their own words, they are being thrown onto the supply pile, scrambling for scraps of work with no security, no permanent role, and in some cases, not even guaranteed supply work. The Scottish Government has said supply is a choice, but that is not true. So can the First Minister tell us, if his government truly value education, why are they abandoning the next generation of teachers at the very start of their careers?
First Minister.
Well, we're not doing that. The Education Secretary met with the Scottish Teachers for Permanence in November, and they discussed a range of the issues that Mr Ross raises. We have, of course, seen an expansion in the number of school teachers in post since 2014, and the number of permanent posts has remained stable at more than 80% over the last 10 years. Obviously, decisions about employment of teachers are taken by local authorities, and the Government works closely with local authorities to ensure that we increase levels of permanence within the teaching workforce, so that the investment that's made in training high-quality teachers can be used to the benefit of pupils around the country.
Paul O'Kane.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Earlier this month in my West Scotland region, in two horrific incidents just days apart, two young girls were brutally assaulted by other teenagers. The incidents were recorded and shared widely on social media, and I'm sure that the whole Parliament will agree that such incidents are completely unacceptable and will join me in the concerns that these are now an increasing list of similar incidents across the country. The answer so far from the Government to the wider issue seems to have been that the Education Secretary has led a number of summits on the issues. But surely an important part of the response from Government has to be more safe places and local facilities to support young people. So can I ask the First Minister, what decisive action will his Government finally take to tackle these issues, reverse years of cuts and closures to youth centres, youth clubs and programmes due to the chronic underfunding of local authorities by this Government, or is he simply going to instruct the Cabinet Secretary for Education to hold yet another talking shop?
First Minister.
Well, we had a gathering which I drew together as a consequence of the initiative taken by some families who were affected by the unacceptable violence that Mr O'Kane refers to, and initiated by the Daily Record, and I was pleased to host that summit on the 13th of January with cross-party representation. If my memory serves me right, Polly McNeill attended from the Labour Party and made a constructive contribution to that discussion with members of all parties and with ministers, and we listened to the voices of young people. Let me say at the outset, what Mr O'Kane recounts to Parliament is completely unacceptable, and we are taking a number of measures through the various awareness campaigns that we take forward around Mentors in Violence production programme, which is delivered in over 200 schools across local authorities in the country, through the work of Cashback for Communities, through the work of Fearless, the youth arm of Crime Stoppers, and the work of the Scottish Violence Reduction Unit, all of which are aimed to create a culture in which the issues that Mr O'Kane sets out are not happening to young people. We do, of course, invest in facilities around the country through a variety of different interventions in the Government's budget, which of course delivered a real terms increase to local authorities in their funding, and which also supports third sector interventions to meet the needs of communities around the country, and we will continue to do that.
Thank you. That concludes First Minister's questions. The next item of business is a members' business debate in the name of Emma Harper, and there will now be a short suspension to allow those leaving the public gallery and the chamber to do so.
Okay, the next item of business is a members' business debate on motion 17073 in the name of Emma Harper on World Asthma Day 2025. The debate will be concluded without any questions being put. I'd encourage members wishing to participate to press the request to speak buttons, and I invite Emma Harper to open the debate. Around 7 minutes, Ms Harper.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and thank you to colleagues for signing my motion, which allows us to bring World Asthma Day to Chamber today. I'd like to thank Asthma Lung UK Scotland for all the work that they do as Secretariat of the Lung Health Cross-Party Group, which I co-convene with colleague Alexander Stewart. And thank Asthma Lung UK Scotland for the briefing ahead of the debate today, and Chest Heart Stroke Scotland for its briefing also. Asthma Lung UK Scotland have campaigned and advocated for and made great efforts which are crucial in driving improvements in asthma care. And as we approach World Asthma Day, which is May the 6th this year, it is important to reflect on the progress that has been made and the challenges that remain in asthma care. This year's theme from the Global Initiative for Asthma, GINA, is Make Inhaled Treatments Accessible for All. This theme emphasises the need to ensure that everyone, regardless of their global location or socio-economic status, has access to inhaled medications that they need for both controlling the underlying disease and treating asthma attacks. This is one of the reasons why the right inhaler and the right inhaler technique is part of the advice for treatment, but I'm going to come to that, Presiding Officer. Asthma is a pervasive condition that affects approximately 360,000 people in Scotland, including 72,000 children. although it was interesting to read about the recent BMJ study estimating that prevalence in Scotland could be as much as 720,000. Asthma is the most common respiratory condition impacting individuals of all ages, and its management requires a comprehensive and coordinated approach. And as I'm still a nurse presiding officer with a sister who she was a respiratory nurse consultant in her time in the NHS, I recognise the critical importance of providing the basic elements of asthma care. These elements are an annual asthma review, inhaler technique check and a written asthma action plan. These elements empower individuals to manage their condition effectively. Asthma Lung UK reported that 30% of people in 2025 received all three of these essential components. This is an increase from 24% in 2024, which was stated in my motion. So it's good to see that the number is increasing. The 30% figure highlights the need for concerted efforts to improve the delivery and accessibility of basic asthma care. I know a number of the clinicians involved in taking forward the lung health improvement work, where Dundee's Dr Tom Farden led the creation of the Respiratory Care Action Plan, and this work is now being delivered by the Centre for Sustainable Delivery. In November 2024, significant strides were made with the launch of the new asthma guidelines by NICE, which is the National Institute for Health and Care Excellence, and the British Thoracic Society, BTS, and the Scottish Intercollegiate Guidelines Network, known as SIGN. These guidelines are a collaborative effort to update best practice in asthma management. The key aspects of the new asthma pathway include diagnosis. The pathway provides recommendations for initial clinical assessments and objective tests for diagnosing asthma in adults, young people and children. Testing recommendations includes FeNO, or fractional exhaled nitric oxide. FeNO is used to support the diagnosis and management of asthma by measuring nitric oxide levels in exhaled breath. Elevated FeNO levels can indicate airway inflammation, a hallmark of asthma, and then help guide treatment decisions. Monitoring is also included in the pathway, emphasising the importance that monitoring has to adjust treatment plans and interventions. The new SIGN NICE BTS guidelines cover managing chronic asthma using pharmacological and non-pharmacological management strategies, with inhaler device selection and then strategies for improving adherence to prescribed inhalational medication. As the guidelines include also managing acute asthma with recommendations for managing exacerbations. Additionally, the pathway has managing difficult and severe asthma with specialist therapies and specific management issues where guidelines cover additional management during pregnancy and labour, during breastfeeding and asthma in adolescents. So I hope I've covered enough of the guidelines. I know it's very detailed and complex, but I will now briefly just touch on addressing the environmental impact of inhaler devices and the reduction of environmental harm. I know one inhaler manufacturer that is transitioning its pressurised metered dose inhalers, PMDIs, to a new low global warming potential propellant, HFO 1234Z. HFO 1234Z has a global warming potential of 99.9% lower than those used in conventional inhalers. This change of propellant for the multi-dose inhalers aims to reduce the environmental impact of respiratory medicines. And we must consider the recycling potential for the inhalers themselves also. Some are relatively easy to recycle and don't have a lot of components, but some have multiple plastic components, glued, fixed and manufactured thousands of miles away before reaching the end user. While the new guidelines offer a roadmap for improved asthma care, challenges do persist. And in turning to deaths from asthma, in 2023, Scotland recorded the highest number of asthma deaths in over 30 years, a sobering reminder of asthma's potential severity. And this situation underscores the need for continued vigilance and dedication to improving asthma prevention, diagnosis, treatment and care across the country, including in NHS Dumfries and Galloway and NHS Borders. A lot to cover, Presiding Officer, and a few minutes doesn't do justice for all of the work that the expert NHS clinicians do every day to support their patients, and I thank them for that. So I look forward to hearing an update from the Minister. She's been excellent at engaging with the Lung Health Cross-Party Group and kindly provides us with much of her time at the health events, including for asthma, which I have hosted here in Parliament. This World Asthma Day is an opportunity to recommit ourselves to ensuring that everyone with asthma has access to the care, treatment and support they need to live life fully and as healthily as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Harper. We move to the open debate. I call first Maurice Golden to be followed by Claire Adamson in around 4 minutes. Mr Golden.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. And let me begin today by thanking Emma Harper for securing this debate on World Asthma Day 2025. I also want to thank Asthma and Lung UK for the incredible work they do on asthma and respiratory conditions in general. Quite rightly, they are campaigning for lung health to be treated as a national priority, and it's not hard to understand why when we look at the numbers. The motion today refers to figures from Asthma and Lung UK that around 360,000 Scots are afflicted with asthma. A recent study published by the British Medical Journal estimates the actual number could be up to double this. And whilst manageable for many, we should not underestimate the seriousness of asthma as a condition. Since 2014, more than 1,000 Scots have died from asthma attacks, with the figures in 2023 being at their highest in more than 30 years. The thing is, many of these deaths are preventable, but only if we take the right action, such as providing the basic treatment steps outlined in today's motion. This consists of a patient action plan, education on proper inhaler technique and an annual review. It is a vital combination because asthma requires daily attention, even if someone otherwise feels well, in order to mitigate the risk of asthma attacks. So, it's deeply concerning to see what the research from Asthma and Lung UK says about this. Last year, just 30% of Scots received all three basic elements of treatment, which was slightly behind the rest of the UK at 32%. We need to see more progress being made, so it's obviously a concern that the Respiratory Care Action Plan appears to have been shelved. Perhaps we might hear from the Scottish Government today on the possibility of a new lung health strategy to allay these concerns. Just as I hope we hear more about the action on tackling air pollution, an issue that many of those with asthma readily say makes their condition worse. Common complaints include feeling breathless, wheezy and having symptoms triggered. Such is the case of one of my constituents, reported in the press, Audrey Glenn from Dundee, who has raised the impact of localised air pollution from coal fires is having on her. She sees her garden fill up with smoke, triggering coughing and forcing her to reach for her inhaler. She makes the perfectly reasonable point that house coal fires aren't suitable for built-up residential areas in this day and age. Happy to.
Emma Harper.
I thank Maurice Golden for giving way and appreciate you speaking in the debate today. Do you think that low emission zones will help contribute to cleaner air within our cities, which might help benefit people who have got asthma, especially asthma that might be triggered by poor air quality?
Always through the chair. Maurice Golden.
Thank you. I thank the member for that intervention. I think what was clear from yesterday's debate is we need the data to signify that and ensure that low emission zones as a mechanism for improving air quality needs to be verified, and we need to see the data, and it has to be an evidence-led approach on those aspects of it. One thing we could do to ensure that the data is correct is, particularly in areas such as schools, having air pollution monitors and not just focusing in specific areas in city centres. So there's a lot of work in there, but I was actually speaking about domestic coal heating because it is a major problem in terms of air quality. However, In England, the sale of house coal was banned 2 years ago. Now, to be fair, here in Scotland, the Cleaner Air for Scotland 2 strategy proposed such a ban, but there has been little or no action from the Scottish Government to implement it. For me, it seems like an obvious move to make, and consumers and householders would not be disadvantaged, but the air quality would certainly benefit. So Scotland has some catching up to do, both on the treatment and prevention fronts, and I would urge ministers to take advice of Asthma and Lung UK and treat asthma and respiratory conditions as the national priority they are.
Thank you. I now call Claire Adamson to be followed by Carol Moch in around 4 minutes. Ms Adamson.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. Can I also start by thanking Emma Harper for bringing this debate to the Chamber and for her continued dedication to everything about lung health. The subject is timely. Spring season brings welcome warmer weather, but we know that the increased pollen levels can lead to flare-ups with respiratory issues, including asthma. With asthma being the most common respiratory condition affecting people of all ages, it is disappointing to hear that only 24% of people living with asthma report receiving the 3 basic checks for asthma care. That is an annual review, inhaler technique check and written action plan. So if you take one thing away from this debate, I want everyone to know that if they're living with asthma, to speak to clinicians and their GPs and frontline services about the basic checks. Asthma is a relatively well understood condition and it is common, but as Maurice Golden said, that does not mean it should be treated lightly. As this debate motion notes, 2023 saw the highest number of deaths in Scotland caused by asthma in 30 years. And that speaks to the seriousness with which we should all treat the basic checks and the importance of advocacy of the Global Initiative for Asthma and charities such as Asthma Plus Lung UK. I believe we are taking respiratory health more seriously. Air pollution is now getting much needed prominence in public policy, and air pollution has been a recurring subject at the cross-party group on accident prevention and safety awareness, which I convene, which have the privilege to convene, and we tend to raise it in the context of child safety. That is why planning proposals around schools and nurseries need to be cognisant of the particular danger that air pollution presents for children. The Chamber may remember the awful case of Ella Adukisi Deborah. Ella died following an asthma attack in 2013, with an inquest later finding air pollution as a material contribution to her death in London. This was the first time in the UK that air pollution had been recognised as a factor in such deaths. The levels of nitrogen dioxide, as we hear Emma Harper talking about, near Ella's home had exceeded World Health Organization and European Union guidelines. Her mother, Rosamund, understandably could not describe her settlement as a win in this situation, given the unimaginable tragedy inflicted on her family, but gives a stark emphasis on the importance with which policymakers, legislators should treat clean air strategies. Rosamund's sobering words after a mammoth legal saga said that the fact that in 2024 children continue to die from asthma is not acceptable. Ella's death was preventable. Indeed, according to the Global Initiative for Asthma, most of these deaths are preventable. Asthma is one of the most common chronic non-communicable diseases that affects over 260 million people and is responsible for over 450,000 deaths each year worldwide. Managing the condition and managing attacks is often a matter of basic accessibility to inhaled treatments. That brings the focus of this year's World Asthma Day theme into sharp relief. Make inhaled treatments accessible for all. Again, I thank Emma Harper and those that have contributed to the debate this afternoon, and I hope it will have gone some way to raise the importance of the management of asthma to those who will be watching the debate. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Ms Adamson. I now call Carol Mochan to be followed by Gillian Mackay. Around 4 minutes, Ms Mochan.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. And I also thank Emma Harper for bringing this really important debate to the Chamber. And I know that the member has great knowledge and skills in this area, and I really praise the ongoing work that she is committed to carrying out in the Parliament, and I know beyond as well. Scottish Labour welcomes World Asthma Day 2025 and recognises this year's theme, as others have said, make inhaled treatments accessible for all. This, as we have heard, is so important because 2 out of 3 asthma-related deaths are preventable. We know that asthma is one of the most common chronic non-communicable diseases, and today we are reminded of its prevalence in Scotland. Whilst there is no cure, most people can control their symptoms well with asthma inhalers and other medicines, improving their overall quality of life and outcomes. And this is why this year's theme is so important. It emphasises the need to ensure all sufferers can access inhaled medication and appropriately manage the disease, which is crucial in reducing the frequency and severity of attacks. However, the Asthma and Lung UK survey found that only 30% of sufferers reported receiving all 3 basic provisions of asthma care in 2025. And this is deeply worrying, and I know everyone will be concerned about that in the Chamber, as the 3 basic elements of care ensure the disease is effectively managed and controlled, and that important deaths are prevented. Now, I want to turn, if I can, to inequalities. We know that women have a far worse health outcomes for men in many cases, and in respiratory health this is no different. Women are more likely to have asthma, have more severe symptoms, and are more likely to die from their asthma. Many women experience a worsening of symptoms around menstruation and are at risk of potential fatal asthma attacks every month. But there is very little research and understanding in this area. During last year's debate, I raised the point about data and the lack of an accurate collection method or an agreed reporting system across health boards in Scotland. Following on from this, I asked whether the Government would consider gathering greater data on the impact of gender in asthma outcomes to help us better understand this inequality, and perhaps the Minister might have some words that she could feed back to us in her closing remarks around this. On the data point, I also noted that in last year's debate, the Government pointed to ongoing work with Asthma and Lung UK and other key partners on commissioning a full national audit programme for respiratory conditions. I know the Minister recognised the importance of this and, as Emma Harper said, attends many of the events, and she knows that improving patient treatment outcomes is so important. So any information you have on that would be greatly received. Lastly, I would also like to raise some concerns I have around Government's progress in respiratory health policy. At FMQs last week, I highlighted Chest, Heart and Stroke Scotland's concerns that the Government is stagnating in its delivery of the Respiratory Care Action Plan, and I would like to take the opportunity to re-emphasise those points and urge the Government to make progress on respiratory health, which often receives less attention perhaps than other conditions. There is much that we can do, and I know that the Minister will be keen to move this forward. The respiratory outcomes in Scotland remain comparatively worse to others in other European countries. So without action on this issue and raising awareness like this in the Chamber, asthma and respiratory health will continue to remain a persistent public health problem. And I know that's not what anybody in this Chamber would like. So working together, I think, is really important. And again, I really thank Emma Harper for bringing this to the Chamber.
Thank you, Ms Mochan. And I now call Gillian Mackay to be followed by Alexander Stewart. Around 4 minutes. Ms Mackay.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I also wish to thank Emma Harper for securing this important debate to recognise World Asthma Day, which takes place on the 6th of May. I wish to echo the contents of her speech and recognise the importance of the points she, along with many other colleagues, have made. Despite being considered a relatively common condition, asthma can be hugely debilitating and life-limiting for some. The impact it has on being able to exercise, as well as the mental load of being on a constant watch for what triggers your asthma, or avoiding areas which are particularly polluted or have strong smells, is hugely important that we highlight the challenges of everyday life for those with asthma. As Emma Harper and Maurice Golden highlighted, the number of deaths that have been recorded in Scotland in the last few years does show how serious the condition can be. To break their particular deadlock on the impact of LEZs on health issues, I will forward a study from the University of York from 2022 to colleagues that says, and I quote, LEZs decrease the probability of having health problems that limits activity by 1.2%. Compared to the baseline mean, this corresponds to a 7% reduction. This did relate to LEZs in England, but it was a very quick search. The theme for 2025, Make Inhaled Treatments Accessible for All, as we've heard, is a strong reminder that getting the right medication should never be a luxury. Inhaled treatments are vital for managing asthma every day and for reacting quickly to dangerous attacks. Too many people still face obstacles from limited availability to prescribing issues and misdiagnosis or follow-up care. This is especially the case where lung conditions kill more people in the UK than anywhere else in Western Europe. In Scotland, this tends to affect the most deprived households disproportionately. An estimated 2.3% of the population registered with a GP had a diagnosis of asthma, or roughly 360,000 people, and serves as a reminder for why it's important for us to double down on our efforts to raise awareness. Several organisations such as Chest, Heart and Stroke and Asthma Lung UK have been in touch with valuable data and pressing concerns, and I wish to briefly highlight some of the urgent actions that they wish to see. In 2021, the Scottish Government published its Respiratory Care Action Plan with a vision to improve the prevention, diagnosis, treatment and support for people with asthma and other respiratory conditions. As we've heard, the plan included 12 commitments with a particular focus on the transition from child to adult services, better access to pulmonary rehabilitation and improvements in respiratory data. 4 years on, a lot of the progress has been slow. This isn't to say that there haven't been some positive developments, such as restrictions on tobacco and vapes and steps to improve care for young people moving into adult services. However, the implementation has undeniably stalled. And crucially, we now face the loss of clinical leadership in this area. Without specialist leadership, it will be much harder to make progress on vital areas like data collection and pulmonary rehab. Moreover, the Centre for Sustainable Delivery has developed a plan, but implementation is on hold because of unresolved funding. We must not lose sight of the importance of properly funded research as well, and services that lead to better treatments and wider access for everyone. I have, in previous World Asthma Day debates, raised the issue of the environmental impact of inhalers. Many inhalers, particularly older types, use propellants that contribute to increased emissions. And like Emma Harper, I was encouraged to see the innovation that is coming in this space. The new medicines that we're seeing is likely to launch soon. Some of them are COPD treatments, but do have applicable transfers into asthma care as well. These mark a major step towards reducing the environmental impact of inhaled medicines, whilst still ensuring patients, especially the most vulnerable, get the treatments they need. Allowing choice for the patient is hugely important. Not everyone wants to or are able to use a powder inhaler, for example. Some will have used a conventional inhaler for a long time, and encouraging companies to look at the environmental impact of their medicines is in everyone's interests. It is essential to recognise the ongoing challenges faced by those living with asthma. More investment in research and better support for innovative treatments are crucial to improving lives. It's time to commit to stronger action to protect the health of those affected and invest in a healthier future.
Thank you very much. And we now call the final speaker in the open debate, Alexander Stewart. Again, around 4 minutes, please.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I'd like to thank Emma Harper, as my fellow co-convener of the Cross-Party Group on Lung Health, for bringing this important debate to the Chamber today. And as the debate motion states, the theme for this year's World Asthma Day, which takes place on the 6th of May, as we've heard, is Make Inhaled Treatments Accessible to All. The asthma charity themselves have long been calling for that, Presiding Officer. They have encouraged the use of preventer inhalers, and everyone who has asthma emphasises the importance of prevention, airways inflaming and the risk of asthma attacks. They also promote alternative inhalers, which appear to be safer and more effective than the traditional blue ones we've had in the past. And if we take a look at the detail that's been recommended, it becomes apparent that's why the recommendations make such good sense. Asthma Lung in UK highlight the very evidence that they have that prevention is so important, and the managing of the inflammation and reduces the risk of asthma attacks. We've heard today about the difficulties that individuals have and the air quality they have to manage, but to advocate the moving away from common blue inhalers and the fact for air or MART inhalers really has a real benefit to the individual. The importance of the correct inhaler technique cannot be stressed enough either, Presiding Officer. It's vital to ensure that the medication reaches the user's airways correctly and provides the most benefit. And we've heard from patients and consultants and individuals within the profession that is the techniques that are required to be supported. And I have within my own region across Mid-Scotland and Fife, BZZ, Clackmannanshire, and in Fife itself we've got BZZ Dunfermline, Glenrothes, Leven and Kirkcaldy, and they all are there to support individuals who have asthma or CPOD, and they also offer support and encouragement for coaching when it comes to use of using inhalers and making sure that they're being effective. And whilst this is very important, it's also essential that the access is discussed, because access still is a problem. The subject has been brought up time and time again in the cross-party group and has also been discussed with patients and health professionals, and we've also had the Minister for Health Minister there to discuss that. So, however, there are still struggling individuals to obtain the basic treatments within some parts of the region, and that's vitally important. We've heard today also about pheno, which has been discussed, and I think that that's an area that needs to be looked at and progressed. And I look forward to hearing where and what is being consulted on. I strongly agree with many of the recommendations that are coming forward. The Scottish Government must have a basic duty of care to ensure that pathways are available for everybody. We've touched on the pathways before, but not all areas of Scotland have the same pathway as it's been reported, and I think that's vitally important. We've talked about today that in 2023 we saw the highest number of asthma deaths recorded in Scotland for over 30 years. Now that is a major issue, and we've talked about air quality, we've talked about people's living conditions and the whole attitude that we have, but there needs to be some clarity as to how we're managing that across many of our locations and regions. So clearly something must be done that ensures that this matter is urgently tackled, and I look forward to hearing from and acknowledging the positive work that the Government has attempted to do from the Minister when she sums up. But there are still, as I've said before, many areas that we still require to progress, and I look forward, as I say, to hearing from the Minister. But the cross-party group has been doing exceptional work, and as I say, I once again pay tribute to my co-convener Emma Harper and Asthma and Lung UK, because we are challenging this on a regular basis and we continue to move things forward, and that has been really quite inspirational to meet and discuss with clinicians and professionals and individuals who suffer. They come and they tell us the real world that they're living in on a day-to-day basis. So it's vitally important that we take on board all their concerns, and as I say, I look forward to hearing what the Minister has to say in her summing up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Stewart. And I now invite Jenny Minto to respond to the debate. Minister, around 7 minutes.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I too would like to thank Emma Harper for lodging this important motion and welcome the opportunity to respond on behalf of the Scottish Government. I'd also like to put on record my thanks to those supporting people living with asthma in Scotland, including NHS staff and third sector organisations such as Asthma Lung UK, and also recognise the important work as a polite agitator, perhaps I would describe it as of the cross-party group chaired by Emma Harper and Alexander Stewart, and I'm always very pleased to attend meetings that you hold. I think this has been a valuable debate, and I thank everybody who has contributed for the absolute, I think, recognition across all parties that we share the same desire and awareness, and to share the desire to raise awareness of asthma and ensure that people who live with it receive the best possible care. Last night, I was pleased to be able to join a round table on interstitial lung disease, which was hosted by Colin Smith. And one of the members attending that reminded me and everyone in the room of the importance of listening to those living with respiratory conditions when shaping policy. And certainly I know members have commented on that in this afternoon's debate. And although not directly a cardiovascular disease, asthma can increase the risk of developing them. And yesterday I had a conversation with the Chief Medical Officer who had hosted a webinar for about 1,000 GPs specifically on respiratory disease. So there is constantly in the background a lot of work going on. If I may just touch on a couple of the points that have been raised, both by Emma Harper and Maurice Golden and others. They are right. The statistics on asthma deaths are alarming, and that was actually the preemption to my conversation yesterday with the Chief Medical Officer. The Scottish Government is absolutely committed to preventing avoidable harm, and I thank members for continuing to highlight the risks. We know that most people with asthma are treated by their GP or practice nurse, and we've committed to a greater proportion of new NHS funding to primary and community care so that GPs and services in the community will have the resources they need for their essential role in managing conditions like asthma. Maurice Golden and also Carol Mochan both raised the RAAC, and we continue to support a number of projects via NHS partners. And so the RCAP is still being supported. However, I'm sure as members are aware across the Chamber, we are currently consulting on a long-term conditions framework which runs until the 20th of July. And as I said last night, I see that framework as being very similar to the cancer framework that we have, where we've got common areas across different cancers that are kind of joined, but also we have specific strands of work for outcomes on specific cancers. So I would encourage everybody living with asthma to respond so that the perspectives of people with respiratory conditions are properly reflected in that consultation. Carol Mochan correctly raised the point about the importance of data. And in 2023, as she will know, the Scottish Government provided Public Health Scotland with funding to undertake a scoping exercise to develop a respiratory audit. And I absolutely recognise the importance of that meaningful data. So we are currently considering the best way forward with that work. World Asthma Day allows us time to reflect on the progress made in respiratory care, as well as the challenges we face. We know that the care and treatment for asthma is not always where it needs to be. This is reflected in the concerning statistics on asthma deaths last year, as many have mentioned. The Scottish Government is committed to improving services across the country to meet their needs through the implementation of the Respiratory Care Action Plan. The theme of this year's World Asthma Day, as many have said, is Make Inhaled Treatments Accessible for All. We know that around 360,000 people in Scotland currently have a diagnosis of asthma, and that it is the most common respiratory condition impacting people of all ages. And most people living with asthma are supported well by their GP and practice nurse. However, we do recognise that there is a way to go to ensure that everyone gets the care they need at all stages of their life. And this too was highlighted in the discussion last night at the round table. And we were reminded by Emily Kennedy of the Royal Pharmaceutical Society of the support community pharmacies can also provide. A major milestone in asthma care over the last year has been the publication of new guideline on asthma diagnosis, monitoring and management, as Emma Harper has laid out. This guidance was a collaboration between the British Thoracic Society, NICE and SIGN, and signals a shift in asthma care. It aims to improve the accuracy of diagnosis, help people to control their asthma and reduce their risk of asthma attacks. We know that a key area for improvement is diagnosis of asthma, and this guideline recommends a change in investigations to simplify the diagnostic pathway. And as Alexander Stewart mentioned, changes include using FeNO breath tests and blood investigations alongside the traditional tests, such as spirometry and peak flow measurements. We hope this directs us towards standardised, evidence-based care that will improve outcomes for everyone living with asthma. We will now work with key stakeholders across health and social care to ensure these guidelines can become a reality for clinical professions and those living with asthma. A key part of this will be continuing to promote the Quality Prescribing Guide for Improvement in Respiratory Conditions, which was published last year. And this guide aims to keep people at the centre of their treatment and promote safe, evidence-based, sustainable prescribing, and it highlights the importance of people with asthma having access to their own personalised asthma action plans tailored to their individual needs. The guide also highlights that each person should receive training on how to use their inhalers properly, as Emma Harper mentioned. We understand that for those living with asthma and other conditions, that environmental factors play a huge role in their daily lives, as Claire Adamson laid out so well in referencing the sad death of Ella in London. Our vision is for Scotland to have the cleanest air in Europe, and we are committed to protecting people from the effects and harms of poor air quality. For example, the introduction of low-emission zones in our 4 largest cities from 2022 was a key initiative in further improving urban air quality. And I note the point that a number of members made about air pollution monitors in other locations, and I will speak to colleagues in government with regards to that. Scotland also has a range of world-leading tobacco control measures, as Gillian Mackay noted. We are committed to creating a tobacco-free Scotland by 2034 and welcome the reintroduction of the UK-wide tobacco and vapes bill that will help us to achieve our ambitious target as smoking rates continue to decline. This suite of prevention measures will help people to better manage their condition, but also support us to prevent respiratory disease in future generations. Presiding Officer, I would like to close by reiterating our commitment to ensuring that everyone living with asthma in Scotland receives the best possible treatment, care and support. We know that there's still more to do in respiratory care, and we can improve by better understanding the needs of people living with asthma, as I was so eloquently reminded last night. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. That concludes the debate, and I suspend this meeting of Parliament until 2:30.